Let's go. Let's go. We got fantasy drafts coming up. It's time to cook up. That's what we doing here. We're going 12th, 11th, 10th. We're going all the way up the list. See who we're getting. Talking takes. Let's get it, boys and girls and women and men. Let's go. Heck yeah. Got preseason today. We'll catch some games as well. We in here. We about to be going here. Our, if Justin Jefferson falls to me at 12, I would be going insane. Out of these here, though, I like the idea of having a good number one running back. So I'll go Gibbs. He's got a good line, good team built around him. And then I will go Garrett. Looks a little better. Okay. So we got a running back and a receiver. We got a bunch of receivers sitting here, and then Kenneth Walker. Also got some quarterbacks sitting here. I like that there's 4 quarterbacks in a row. In a 12-man, I probably wouldn't pick a quarterback so early, especially with all these dogs sitting here. So I'll go with DJ Moore to start it off. I like Kenneth Walker a lot, and I think he'll be more valuable in a trade than any of these other guys. Waddle was a pretty late pick last year, at 34th. Yeah, I'll go with Walker. He's the true number 1 in Seattle, and I could trade him. He carries some value. Tank Dell might be sitting here. So would Kincaid and Stroud. Kincaid goes, which is pretty unfortunate for me. I like Dell a lot, and I like having 2 Texans guys. I need a tight end here though. He won't be here anymore. I also have Evan Ingram sitting here. I'll go with Evan Ingram. I like Ferguson more than Ingram, but Ingram's probably a bit better touchdown threat. And then after that, I will, oh man. He's just too good. Passing up a lot of talent there, though. I could add my quarterback and receiver. Swift, Pitts, Rice, Higgins, and then Pickens. Then Montgomery. $70. You see Ferguson's gone. If I wanted him, I should have got him there. Every tight end is gone, actually. Freaking R. You get so lucky this draft. And he still ended up with Godwin. I didn't realize this is my pick. I can get Jordan Love, though. Tajay Spears. We'll get another running back. Oh, man. Alright, we're hopping into a new one. This one ended up horrible. Plus, I don't think I should have got Garrett Wilson. Anyways. I don't think he would have even been there. Alright. Oops. shoot, sorry. Who do you like at the 1-1 this year for full PPR league? Ooh, dude. Okay, so and you kind of have three bases of thought. You have Tyreek Hill, who's in his third year of being on the Miami offense. He's gonna have a real running back squad to help him out, and I think he's going to have another great year. So I might go with Hill. He's always kind of had ankle issues though. Okay, he had his hand issue, so he's fine right now. He's always kind of had ankle issues, so that's a little worrisome. Then you have McCaffrey, and then you have CeeDee Lamb. Those would be my three. McCaffrey has missed some games, and he had a lot of touchdowns. So Brock Purdy had a super efficient year this year. It's stupid efficient year. So I'll go Puka. So Purdy's probably gonna have a worse year, and that's gonna kind of directly affect McCaffrey. But I think he'll still be top three. He's torn his ACL and messed his leg up a couple times. I can go over that in a sec. So you have Hill in his third year of Mike McDaniel's offense. You have McCaffrey in his third year of Shanahan's offense, and then you have CeeDee Lamb. Personally, I go with CeeDee Lamb number one. 100 yards a game. He hasn't been at practice, which is a little scary because he could. I mean, he's not even been playing with the guys at all. So, dude could come out after holding out all this time and mess his leg up after 1 week because he hasn't been playing game speed or in the playbook or anything. But the Cowboys are a little bit desperate too this year because Mike McCarthy is on the hot seat. So if CeeDee Lamb is healthy, I think he has the highest upside because he showed that he can excel in Mike McCarthy's offense, as well as Mike McCarthy's job is kind of on the hot seat to some degree. Like we kind of already heard this similar rodeo with Jason Garrett there, and we can kind of see that like it's gonna happen again with Mike McCarthy. So hope that helps. You have two injury prone guys and then one guy not injury prone, but two guys that receive so much volume that they usually miss a couple games. So the positional advantage though is also another thing. So I'd have to draft at 1, but usually in this 24-25 range you can get a couple running backs to kind of supplant not getting McCaffrey. Like McCaffrey's a beast there, but these receivers after this second round of picks, if you're talking about a 12-man, these receivers kind of fall off. Devontae Adams usually isn't there. Marvin Harrison has a lot of upside, but it's kind of a quarterback set here. Like a Chain will probably be gone, Olave, all these guys will be gone. So then you got like a chance of getting Kamara, James Cook, who could be really good. Josh Jacobs I like. Thinking Hill or Hall. The thing with Breece Hall, they're... Yeah, exactly. I don't like Drake London there. Devontae Adams is cool, but the Raiders' offense looked like complete dog in the preseason. So I'd probably aim more for a receiver there. I don't like Nico at all either. Joe Mixon is pretty good. And then, these receivers are good, but they're all pretty much gone there. So you're either getting Marvin Harrison Jr. and having a rookie as your number one, or you can get Hill. I like Hill a lot too. I'll go Jacobs. And I don't pick again. Yeah, I got my second running back there. This one's coming together really nice. But yeah, I'd probably aim for a receiver there, honestly. But with Brees Hall, he doesn't have an offensive coordinator though. He had, but I see where you're coming from Brees Hall, and I don't think it's a bad pick either. He just receives so much volume, so many targets in the passing game that that's like kind of just so much. He got so much volume. He got 300 carries that I think it just kind of pushed him. So if the Jets have a real playoff aspirations, they might not be playing him as much. Plus, Aaron Rodgers is going to have more control on the offense. You kind of don't know what he's going to be doing. Rashad White, Devontae Smith, and DJ Moore. I like DJ Moore. I probably should have got a quarterback there, but I got my 2 and 2. If my guys can stay healthy, I'm pretty confident. Yeah, so you kind of don't know what to expect with that because Aaron Rodgers is going to be running the show, basically, this year. He should have been last year, but even more so, Aaron Rodgers is going to be running the show this year. So, yeah, I don't know. You just got so much volume that was kind of why you got so much production. We can look at Aaron Jones, though. Aaron Jones has played with Aaron Rodgers a lot. He's had 3,000-yard seasons. He had a crazy 2019, 16 touchdowns and 50 catches. So he kind of had the same year as Brees Hall in 2019. He just got more touchdowns. Other than that, I mean, he had a good 2022. That's pretty much it. He had 2 outlier years, and then he had a good 2020. So I think drafting Brees Hall first overall would you got a 50-50 chance of having a league winner. Versus Hill, CeeDee Lamb, McCaffrey, you have a little bit more. Um, and then we can look at schedule real quick. Jags, Rams, and Bills. So he's got some very, very, very good teams to play against, for sure, for fantasy playoffs. So I don't know. I really haven't looked much into Brees Hall because I'm never in a spot to pick him in the drafts I'm in. But hopefully that helps. I like Pickens a lot. I kind of need a tight end. Yeah. I'll get I want a 3. I'll get Kincaid. Yeah, and then the Jets offensive coordinator. It probably says it in Aaron Rodgers thing down here. I don't know. It was just oh, why am I looking at this? Anyways. Yeah. Personally, I go with CeeDee Lamb or Hill there, but running backs are perfectly fine too. The only thing with picking a running back as well over like Chase or Hill or CeeDee Lamb at number 1 is because, and I'll get my quarterback too, so because he's just sitting here. It's also a little bit more risky too because Hill and Lamb and Chase, you can turn around and trade one of those guys for Brees Hall and some as well. It might be harder to get McCaffrey, but if you're seeing anybody else in the 10, you could probably pick Hill or Lamb and then trade him for Jefferson and some, or Bijan and some, or Brees Hall and some. If you pick Brees Hall, and that's kind of how all the receivers are in this top 5, in the top 8, like if you pick a running back over those guys, you're kind of already devaluing your pick right off the bat. It's a lot easier to trade a number 1 receiver than it is to trade a number 1 running back, because running back's production is all based on system, surrounding team, situational, games, schedule. Right. So you could pick Hill and then trade him right off the bat for Brees Hall, who picked Brees Hall here? Yeah, 5. Dude, if Kevin saw you trade in Brees Hall, he'd be like, yeah, I'll take it. You can have Brees Hall. Kevin and Michael Pittman. And then Devontae. So he's not really, set up to make that trade, but you could probably trade with some of these other people. I'd trade you for Jonathan Taylor. You could get Barkley. You might be able to get Bijan. I just remember my brother, he picked Bijan top 20 last year, and people wouldn't give him anything for it. He took Pollard top 40. People would trade Bijan, but as Bijan went further and further this season, his value just kind of shrank. So, yeah, number 1 running backs have had good years with Aaron Rodgers for sure. But it's interesting. I see the push for it. He just got so much volume. It's a little bit intimidating to want to see that volume replicated. Like Hill, he doesn't even look like he was top 5 in targets. CeeDee Lamb, I think Hill was top 5 in targets too, but I could have went with Brooks, but I really like the Bengals this year based off schedule. Yeah, so hope that helps a bit. It's kind of, I feel like it's also kind of harder to trade Hill for a first round running back, because usually the people picking Bijan, Brees Hall, McCaffrey, and the rest of the guys are usually targeting receivers after that, because they kind of fall to them better in the second and third round. So then they're sitting with the 1 running back they took and 2 receivers, and you're trying to give them a third receiver for their first running back they took in their first 5 picks. It's going to be harder to pull it off too. Really just how you want to construct your team. Who do you want to pick and just play them? I like it, Dunze. Him and DJ Moore could be pretty nasty combo. And that was a horrible pick. Ferguson was sitting right here. I should have picked Ferguson. I like a Dunze, but Ferguson has top 5 tight end potential, while Dunze has top 20 receiver potential. So that was a terrible pick. Yeah, Kevin cashed out. And he didn't even have a tight end. Oh my gosh, you're so lucky, dude. Yeah, but Brees Hall looks good in those playoffs. If you can make it, he might be the truth. He might just be another league winner this year. I ended up with Brees Hall and CeeDee Lamb last year. They were just going... They were going nuts. I had to just make it past a wild card, and then it was over. Heck yeah, if you have any other questions, let me know. I've studied the schedule quite a bit. I've gone through the playoff like schedule too to see who ends up, just running it week by week, seeing who would have a good matchup that week and all that. Who I would think. So, I've done a lot of schedule stuff as well as I've done a good amount of mock drafts too. And I have 3 running backs here. Running backs are pretty heavy. Um, I'll I'll go with Ford. I don't love the pick, but I was talking about other stuff, so I wasn't really focused. But another thing you could do, because those second and third round receivers suck at the one. I like the Texans guys. It's kind of interesting, but I personally wouldn't do it. You could get your 3 running backs are here too. Your one, and maybe if somebody falls, wait. But if you got 3 running backs in the first 3 rounds, like well, that position's done. Like you could just pick up like Tyrone Tracy later, like somebody way back. Man, and I end up with Marshawn Lloyd too. It's okay. I'm liking this draft less and less, but I just need to fill out my receiver core because they look pretty terrible. And I probably need to target Cole Kmet as well to get a backup tight end. Just because Kincaid, I can't trust too much in. Yeah. But I would definitely say that like round 5, round 6, pick 7, pick 8. Like if Jefferson or Chase or somebody else is sitting there, you're probably gonna get more value out of picking them and then being able to trade them later. People get down on receivers, but they still hold some value to their name too. So like it didn't matter that Jefferson was hurt through 13 weeks or whatever when he was hurt last year. People still probably would have traded him for like a decent running back. I can definitely wait on both those guys I have queued. I really need a receiver here. Could get a backup quarterback. I like Caleb. There's a lot of quarterbacks, so I don't really need to pick him. I don't really love any of these guys. And I don't even need a backup quarterback, but I'll just pick him. Good security blanket. Great receivers are just going to have good games no matter what. Because usually if a receiver's great, then they've had good coaching to show them off more. I'm going to need to get my defense here. I like the Saints defense a lot. A lot. Okay, I got the Saints defense. It's gonna be a fun year of football. Okay, I really need a receiver. I'll go with Donnie. Is he gonna play right away for me? Get my tight end. Got a tight end. Haha. And I like this team. It should be. I like building my team so that I enjoy watching the games that they play in. Got Derrick Henry last year, and watched a lot of his games. It was terrible. Like, he was cool to watch, but every Tennessee game last year was awful. So I like having people that are gonna help me win because I want to win. I like Downs here for sure. Oh, my camera's blurry, bro. Sorry, y'all. Sorry about that. Oh, I need to pick a kicker. This dude is like German, I swear. Okay, we're gonna hop in another one, but we'll do a review of how this draft went. I personally like it a lot. A lot, a lot. Puka's gonna be an interesting one. He should get a good amount of volume, though. I think him and DJ Moore will bounce off each other well. Also have a Dunze too. So, all right. So I got Taylor. Taylor has a 12 team. Uncle Ted. This is a 12-man full PPR. So I got Taylor. Puka sucks. I personally don't like him. 20 to 20 receivers suck. I got Taylor. He's a really good schedule. I just don't like the Rams. I don't think Puka sucks. I just don't like the Rams this year. I think they'll be a bad team. But I got Taylor with the first. I feel like he's going to be a league winner. His schedule, he has a perfect scenario in every situation. Any way you look at it, Taylor, if he can stay healthy, is going to be a great running back. Josh Jacobs has a really good schedule too and a really good line. Kind of the same thing, health with him. DJ Moore just had 1,400 yards last year. Puka should get a good amount of volume, but he'll be okay. Not the biggest fan either. Probably would have liked Olave there over Puka, but I went with Puka. Who cares? Olave would have probably been better, though. Then I go with Kincaid with the Bills. He should be top 2 in targets from Josh Allen. Stroud, most stacked receiver room you can have in the league. Zach Moss, I think the Bengals are going to be winning the division in the conference, so having a running back that reflects that. Dunze, I like a lot. Ford, Lloyd, Caleb Williams, Saints defense, 2 Colts receivers, and Cole Kmet. I like this draft a lot. Could have done some different things, like picked Olave. There's a point I could have got Jake Ferguson too, but you just gotta start the draft off well, and then you're not compensating for if you mess your picks later, like it's not gonna matter. But if you start your draft off picking some running back when you should have got a receiver, then it's you're just mentally it's gonna kind of mess with you, is what I've seen. Yeah, I like running backs a lot. Yep, Ferguson will be. Let me give you a pin. This dude knows his stuff. I would have taken. I probably would have taken Ferguson over Kincaid. We'll hop in another one. Another 12 man. Ferguson will definitely be a star. Talk about tight end highlights. Put those dudes' highlights on. I think CD's gonna be there. If he can be healthy, though, is the only biggest question. It's not like the Cowboys aren't willing to pay him. It's CD Lamb wanting $35 million a year. Okay. Okay. Can I David Stover? There's no way. I never even heard of that dude. Never even heard of Cade Stover. Oh, are you talking? Yeah. No, Ferguson. Ferguson. If you want to talk about tight end highlights, put that dude's highlights on. He's a he's the closest thing I've ever seen to Travis Kelsey. Like when Kittle came on the scene, everybody was going crazy over Kittle. I'm like, dude cannot run routes that well. He's not as fluid as Kelsey, like in any capacity. And then same thing with Hawkinson. They kind of compared him a little bit. Like he's still not as fluid, still not as big. Need to know Cade Stover. Interesting. If Houston lands back-to-back franchise players, that would be insane. Because last year they got Tank Dell. Like, that dude is going to be a top 5 receiver in the next 2 years. If it doesn't happen this year, all this development with Diggs, dude, that guy. Tank Dell is. If they landed a true number 1 receiver with a late round pick, and then. Okay, who are these dudes? I mean, I'm not in a deep league, so I don't really look into them. I don't really look that far down, but oh, captain at Ohio State with Ohio. I like that. But yeah, if they get a franchise tight end late in the draft, and then the year before they got a franchise wide receiver and a franchise quarterback and a franchise pass rusher. When you're talking about the biggest, fastest turnaround like ever. Yeah. Yeah, so I imagine I know Brevin Jordan's a blocking tight end. Yeah, I don't know. I don't see it. I don't see him popping off this year. I do like him being on that team though. Fourth round pick. Ooh. Yeah, that'd be crazy if they landed a top five receiver, a top five quarterback, and a top five tight end in back to back drafts. Plus, they got Nico Collins, too, who looks like he can be a true number one as well. Houston is going to be nasty regardless, but at this point, Houston has so many good players now, they just need that GM to not mess it up. Chiefs, people always talk about Andy Reid and Mahomes and the refs and all this stuff, but the true champion is Brett Beach on with the Chiefs dynasty. So he got Mahomes in the first place. He pushed for him, and every single offseason he does a lot of good things for the team. Chiefs cap space is more set up too. Like, people have dead cap in the future, like 5-10 years down the future. Not 10 years, but teams have dead cap space 5 years down the future from players they won't even have anymore, and the Chiefs are still like good. Like, Mahomes is like, yeah, it's crazy. The cap space is crazy. Like, the Bills, they're already spending like $10 million of their cap space in like 2027. Like, man, that's not a good position to be in. Saints already have all their cap space spent out for the next half decade, pretty much. They just keep kicking the can down the road. Yeah, Rashee Rice is definitely going to be good this year. Jordan. I don't know who that is. All right, number 2, you already know where we're going. We're going Hill or Tyreek Hill, baby. I like Chase too, but Rashee Rice will be the number 1 in Kansas City, most likely. Frank Gore Jr. Okay. Jawar Johnson. Yeah, I have no idea who that is, so. Or Stover. Laporta was a second round pick, though. Like, there's no way Stover's gonna replicate what Laporta had. That's a wild take. Hill or Lamb. Go Lamb. Had a ridiculous 5.3 yards per carry last year. Yeah, Gibbs was super efficient. Gibbs was super efficient, and he got all the targets too. David Montgomery isn't really a target guy. Like, I think Montgomery would be good in half PPR. He'd be a lot more valuable, but full PPR, I'm not picking Montgomery in the top 60. Like, if the Lions need a touchdown this year, they're probably going to give it to Gibbs. I'm just saying. They need to win a game. Gibbs over every running back is crazy, dude. No. I think Gibbs will be a top 5 if he's healthy this year. Number 1, you tripping. You are tripping, my guy. You know who's going to be the true number 1 if they can stay healthy? Doesn't even matter if the rest of their team doesn't stay healthy. Jonathan Taylor. This dude. Taylor has no depth chart behind him at all. He plays Tennessee Titans, Giants, and Broncos in the last 4 weeks, 3 of the last 4 weeks, and the Patriots. So, yeah, he doesn't have any depth chart, and his schedule is stupid. Nah. Taylor, dude. If he can stay healthy, I'm saying, if he can stay healthy, is for last 4 weeks, all teams that are going to be out of the playoffs by then. First 4 weeks, bummy teams. He plays the NFC North. The Bears don't have a good run defense. The Vikings don't have a good run defense. It doesn't matter though when you're gonna get 250. Yeah, Brendan. Why not? Just copy and paste it. I'll rate it. You have to say if it's full PPR or not. Yeah, no. AR will steal some carries for sure, but I mean, you're talking about seeing the red zone 4 or 5 times a game. I like Gibbs. I just don't like his schedule. I do not like Gibbs' schedule, and I don't think they're winning the division either. So, 10-man super flex with 2 flex. You have with 2 QB. Okay. I'll go with the chain, CeeDee Lamb, and Olave. Although my team might not be the best, it'll be the most fun to watch, undoubtedly. I got like 3 of the most prolific players in the league. No, you're tripping. Taylor all day. Gibbs, I can see where you're coming from. He's gonna be like the new Josh Jacobs. But dude, he had 1,800 yards and 20 touchdowns. He's got the best offensive play caller in that entire division. Probably one of the best in the league as well. Yeah, you got all the targets. Nah. And he's not even a 4.5 carry yards per carry. He's a 5.5 when he's up there. If he can stay healthy, like, this dude is going to be a beast. Bijan, I would not say that. I would not say he's going to be top number 1. Yeah, he's got an Achilles injury. Gibbs is coming from Alabama too, so he's going to be like Josh Jacobs. Okay, sorry, Brendan. 10-man Superflex. Plus, if you're playing around touchdowns, it's kind of more difficult to do, too. Touchdowns are hard to predict, especially when you need them. 10-man Superflex with 2 flex. You got Lamar, Trevor Lawrence, Drake London, DJ Moore, T. Higgins, Scary Terry, Brees Hall, The Chain. Bench got Reed, Spears, Warren, Benson, Wright, Polk, Fields. All right, I love your quarterbacks for sure. Brendan, are you talking about best ball? when it'll just do the best player you had that week. Because if you're talking about that, that's a nice little team. If it's like that, I probably wouldn't have gone with Reed. I like him a lot, but I don't think he's gonna be a monster in Green Bay per se. Like if you could have got Rice there, or maybe another tight end. Who even is your tight end? You'd even put that. I like T Higgins is good. Oh, redraft. Okay, yeah, then I like Reed. I take that back. So you got Brees Hall in a chain. You got a lot of receivers. I probably wouldn't have went with Scary Terry. You might look into. I just don't see him making the squad. Like you're probably going to play DJ Moore and Higgins most of the year, or London and DJ Moore, and then I think the 3 would probably go to Reed if you needed a third person. I love a chain. I love Spears as a backup. Benson, Bowers. You got Jalen Wright. He's pretty interesting. And Fields. Yeah. Touchdowns are not easy to predict, Ted. What are you talking about? Touchdowns are only easy to predict if you're an insane coach like Kyle Shanahan and you just keep running the ball. Like you just keep running McCaffrey to death. Like put that one dude in. I know he's trying to get him MVP and Offensive Player of the Year and all that, but like, dude, calm it down. Because he kind of got injured and it ended up working out, but he wasn't in his. McCaffrey wasn't 100 against the Packers, and they almost lost because of that. So, yeah, if you have a stubborn, stupid coach that's just going to keep running the crap out of it, then yeah. But I think Gibbs is going to be more of the first and second down running back. And Montgomery's going to kind of split with. So I got 3 of the best receivers. What does Superflex mean? I'm sorry, I'm not familiar. Oh my gosh, this is tough. I'm not going Waddle. If I had Hill, I'd go Waddle. Out of these 3, I'll just pick one and then a quarterback will fall. Yes, sir. You know what? Oh, I should have went with Mahomes. That was dumb. Oh well. And then Bowers. Yeah. Could go off. Yeah. Is 20 to 20 trash? Yeah, if I could pair him up with another Dolphins player, then I would, but it's not really a touchdown threat. Who gets the ball the most in the red zone equals touchdown predictions. I guess, but people scheme them out. Kelsey's touchdowns went down this year. I don't even think Mark Andrews had a touchdown this year. Chuba Hubbard probably got all the touchdowns, red zone opportunities in Carolina. Oh, he had 6 touchdowns. I'm lying. Yeah, I don't know. I guess for fantasy, it's a little easier to predict than, like, say, sports betting, but yeah, Jonathan Taylor's a true number 1. Yeah, Brendan, I like your team a lot. Did you just drafted him, right? I'd probably play Trevor Lawrence first week. I'd probably go Trevor Lawrence, T. Higgins, DJ Moore, Brees Hall, a chain, and then who do the Packers play? The Eagles? Ooh. Reed will probably get a touchdown. He could be good. I'll probably want to play Scary Terry first week. Okay. That's what I thought, but that is what I thought. Well, I'd say don't abandon the team and probably aim to trade Scary Terry as fast as you possibly can. You don't really need him. Bryce Young will be a super flex star this year. Bryce Young will be okay. He's pretty undervalued considering he was the #1 draft pick. He actually has a tight end to throw to now. He actually has some experienced receivers to throw to. I wouldn't drop Terry. I'd trade him. Trade Terry for a tight end if you can. If somebody's got a backup tight end, that's kind of what you need. Bowers is a week to week. They have a really good schedule though, so that might work in your favor. But rookie tight ends usually take a minute to get going. If you look at the 3 tight ends last year though that were drafted, Kincaid, McBride, and Laporta, they all ended up hitting. So you could trade for a quarterback too, for sure. So I really like how I'm doing so far. I need a tight end, so I'll just get Ferguson now. And then Tank Dell is just sitting here, so are you kidding me? I'm smacking him this draft. They're gonna line him up 5 different ways. I want to call him a pipe dream, Ted. You don't got to be so critical. I mean, he was a top 10 draft pick. And he has a good quarterback too with Minshew. I don't know. I don't know about that. That's a bad take, Ted. I personally would have aimed for a different tight end, but I can see the push for him. He was a top 10 draft pick, and the Raiders staff is amazing. Raiders have one of the best staff in the league. Dude, my camera went blurry again. Sorry, y'all. You can just let me know and I'll fix it. People are probably clicking out of this. Like, is this guy dumb? No, Bowers is a nice staff. Nah, I don't know about that. Moss, Rico, Brooks, Vidali are must drafts. No, Bowers. I don't think you're giving him enough credit. Who'd he say? Who said they're going to line him up 5 different ways? I like. Oh yeah, Zach Moss, definitely. I definitely agree with that. Brooks, no, you're missing on Brooks. For Yoring. Oh, for Young. Ooh. Hmm. I'd go with. Let me think. I'd go with Young. Young is a better schedule. I'd go with Young over Fields. You could try and trade Fields too. Try and throw a little trade out. Field and Scary Terry. Trade him out. Oh my gosh, this team is stupid. If this ever happens, it's over. Like, this team is stupid. Ford could be really not. Oh, Ford's a must draft too. Dunze or Ford? Ooh. I'm not gonna get another running back. I feel I gotta take Ford. I'm not gonna get a running back I want. I like Fields. Different opinions here, Brendan. Um, I don't have any. I don't think the Steelers are gonna be anything this year. Rico Dowdle's a good player to draft. Yeah, Pollard is. Pollard is cool. Bryce Young or Justin Fields? I'd go with Young. Yeah, they have a good schedule. They play the Broncos. They play the Raiders. Those could be two good games for you. They play the. Who else do they play? Their division's tough. Fields would probably be have better games against his own division, but Broncos and Raiders will be pretty good games for him, and the Chargers. What other division do they play? If you just drafted today, I would just wait. Just sleep on it. Think about your team. Check the preseason out. Stuff like that. Ask around some more. I wouldn't make a decision so quick. But Bryce Young is bound to be picked up in the first 4 weeks. So just so you know, I imagine Bryce Young will be going somewhere. Dude, is my camera messed up again? Are you kidding me? No. Appreciate you guys hanging out in here, though. I like hearing different opinions. Thank you for stopping by. Brooks. Brooks is so drafted so high. There's no way. Like, I already know. I'm not. Before I even look at it, I already know Brooks is like was drafted over somebody he shouldn't have. Wait, where is he? He was drafted 60. I feel like Swift would have been better there. Brian Robinson, Okay. Oh, these are just running backs. Dang it. I'll look at it in a sec. I need to just fill my team out. I'm pretty much. I'll take Marshawn Lloyd. Hey, Marshawn Lloyd's a must draft too. Marshawn Lloyd. So I ended up getting my running backs. Like I said, wasn't gonna happen. Ugh. Probably should have went with the Doomsday. Mm, 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 mm. I could pick up a second receiver here. Or defense. I could go with Purdy. He'd be cool. I feel like the Saints and Chiefs defenses, you kind of know what you're gonna get when based off who they're playing. It's pretty easy to predict if the Saints or Chiefs are gonna have a great week. Their coordinators are just predictable. Ooh, what game do we put on the stream? Rams, Texans. That looks horrible. Yeah, we'll put a preseason game on. Do some film review. Let's see who's playing though. I'll go Chuba Hubbard, and I'll get Josh Downs. Could run 3 running backs if anything. If I needed to. Who is that? That guy's tiny for the Ravens. Right. Alright. I like this team. We'll do an overview. First 4, I got my receivers pretty much set for the whole season, and I got Devin Achane. Be a really good running back. Then I got Richardson, Ferguson, Tank Dell, and Zach Moss. I don't think the first 8 picks could have gone better for me. Then I go with 3 running backs in a row. I like the division with these 2 running backs. Hubbard, 2 defenses, a kicker and kick receivers. So you could nitpick at the last rounds, but the rest of the draft was so good that it doesn't really matter. Clifford just got lit up for the Packers. These Packers dudes aren't making it. Oh my gosh. I need to pull it up, but that receiver got locked. The quarterback got lit up. And this Emmanuel Wilson dude just had 1 yard, just got lit up in the backfield and just got swallowed. My gosh. No. Who is that? Hold up. I will pull it up on the stream. I was just seeing who is going right now. This dude got thrown out of bounds. No. Oh my gosh. We need somebody to react to that series of preseason highlights. That was horrible. The entire third string for the Packers just got, maybe even second string. Quarterback got lit up. One receiver got thrown out of bounds who was getting targeted. Not even a catchable catch. Other dude got locked up and fell. And then the running back gets lit up in the backfield. It looked like a college team. They look like Boston State going up against Alabama. Like, that was bad. I'll go Garrett Wilson and Jonathan Taylor. Man, I'm gonna pull it up on stream actually. I hope this game just, I want to see more of this Packers offense getting absolutely, oh my gosh, that was horrible. Dude, maybe I might be able to rewind it. This was horrible, dude. Like, I'm not kidding. That was like the worst series of plays I've ever seen in my entire life. That's not even being dramatic either. It's not even a hyperbole. That was literally like one of the worst things ever. Man. Oh. Yeah, this is bad. Oh my gosh, I hope I can now. I just want to see this stuff again. What? Oh. No. What? Josh Johnson is playing. Why can't I not figure this out? It's not that. This. That is not it. Oh my gosh. Ayuk and Josh Jacobs. Oh, there we go. I'll just pick them. These guys have fallen to me in both rounds. Like guys I'm targeting. Might be. No. What is going on? Oh. Oh my gosh. Okay. We'll make it a little bigger. Let's watch these highlights together. Real quick. What is going on here? I'm not kidding. This is the worst series of plays I've ever seen. Alright. First and 10. First and 10. Okay, can it not lag though? Fake run, play action. Quarterback gets lit up. This receiver's clamped in double coverage. Right tackle blows his just Dubose. Now he's off to the sideline. He's hurt. He's not hurt, but like Clifford just got lit up, dude. This guy's walking off the sideline. He's stumbling. He's taking his helmet off. That dude just gets lit up. And yeah, this guy's absolutely clamped. Whoever 2 is insane. Ravens might win 1 or 2 games just based on him alone. Then this running back gets double wrapped up and also lit up. This was horrible. Yeah. Oh, it's probably not going to show that one back. Let's see it again. Like, dude was going nowhere. Nobody was tricked. That line just got bullied. Looks like the Packers only got 10 guys on the field. And plus he has like no fight. He just gets... Fuck it. Shouldn't cuss. For this draft I'll go Tank Dell. So tough. I'll go Stroud. Might not get Ferguson, but... Yeah, okay, and then third down. Dude throws it out of bounds, and this guy's getting chucked. Calling for a penalty. That dude's not even playing special teams. They're like, just get him off the field. They were rushing 5 too. Like, what? Tell me, dude. Dude is getting shoved out of bounds. He got clamped up that bad. Wow. Is that Ravens cornerback legit or what? Higgins? Oh my gosh. Dude's like the George Pickens of cornerbacks. Anyways. Good little play. Man. Ravens defense looks tough. Oh, you got landed on. He took a hit. Heath ain't bad. It seems like. I like Zach Moss. I like Ferguson. There we go. Go by 3 running backs. Go by 3 receivers. I'm very confident in this team. At 12, I would be overjoyed. Come on, Molson. I'm rooting for him. Like he's trying to run it past that 90 dude. Guy's huge. He looks like he's about 19 years old. Oh, there's Heath. Well, he's probably their receiver 5. That guy's nasty, too. I bet they're going to give Romeo special teams more or something. If he's the 5, who's getting special teams? It's not going to be Wicks. It could be Reed. But I think they saw too much out of him to make him special teams anymore. So you got Romeo. And Watson can't either. Doomsday's fallen way too far. Time to lock in, boys. 4th and 6. I gotta go with Ford here. Too much upside. I like Thomas Jr. a lot. He is very young. I haven't done too much in-depth look at these receivers here. I just need best available. I'll go with Brian Thomas Jr. He's just so young. You just don't see receivers do so hot when they're that young and playing. Like, the potential's there for Thomas Jr., but and you saw it in the preseason if anybody saw those highlights of him, but he's just so freaking young. I wish I knew what was going on with Mike Evans. Or Mike Williams. The receivers here just aren't great either. But I think if anybody can get something out of them first year, then it'll be Jacksonville. They have a good offense for rookies. They kind of have a good system for them to learn from too right now. Like, they surrounded them with really good players. So I think Jacksonville kind of sets it up to help them develop into being worth the first round pick. Gotta go best available here. I like that Hawkinson's still here. I mean, I might as well grab him, right? I could have went with Bengals and then Marshawn Lloyd. Really like Lloyd, but I like Leggett. I'll go Leggett. I'll go DeMario. What games we got going on? Eagles, Vikings. Cowboys, Chargers. Jets, Giants. Frank Gore Jr. I mean, that dude was one of the best running backs of all time, so health wise. Well, Miss Treff got slaughtered in every way. Stroud, Taylor, Jacobs, Wilson, Hayuk, Ferguson, Dell, Chiefs defense, Moody, Moss, Ford, Thompson Jr., and some kind of bummy guys, but who cares? When you draft so well, you can just have misses, you know? Plus, I could probably trade a tight end. Wow. CeeDee Lamb, first overall, baby. All right, we got CeeDee Lamb. Very nice. All of the Cowboys Chargers preseason game on here for a little bit. That other one's just so bad that the Packers Ravens one is just so bad. It's not even worth having on here. And risk getting. It'd be better to just click through preseason highlights and watch that game. But that Higgins dude is still out there. He looks like Nate Higgins. Is that his name for the Ravens? He looks like an absolute beast. I mean, so is Jack Jones this preseason, but dude is pretty fluid. I'm gonna wrap up a chain here. They just took Cook and Olave, who I would have taken. Tight end could be good for the number one here. It's just kind of an overdraft. I'll go with Pittman. Such a good offensive play caller that he should get some scheme looks. Okay, are you taking McCaffrey in a half PPR 101? I'm in a $50 league and have the 101. 3 wide receiver, 2 tight end, 2 running back, 1 tight end, 1 flex. Oof. I like McCaffrey there. Yeah, I like him there. You could always trade him too. 101's just a little rough and half PPR. I'm not gonna lie. Keaton just had a yeah, I like McCaffrey there. Probably. I'm taking him. I want to take him over I'd take him over Brees Hall and Bijan, any running back. So then it's really down to yeah, I'm probably taking McCaffrey there. It'd probably be down to Hill or McCaffrey. Those would be the only 2 options I'd be looking at if I were you. Do you want Hill on your team or do you want McCaffrey? CeeDee Lamb had a lot of catches, but it doesn't really help you. 10 man. Hey. Okay. Yeah, I'd be looking at Hill and I'd be looking at McCaffrey. Brees Hall won't get the type of volume he did last year, but his offense will be more efficient. So it's kind of a. Let me get this stupid menu off here. Yeah, I'd probably take McCaffrey or Hill. Lamb just had so many catches, but he's not like the deep threat. CeeDee Lamb's like Devontae Adams. Like he's kind of a route technician, has a great team built around him to do what he needs to do. But you can kind of solve for CeeDee Lamb. You can't really solve against McCaffrey. Tin man. Yeah, so then you'd be picking 20. Yeah, you could get your running backs swept up in the first two picks at 1 and 20, but I'd be looking for a receiver that falls here. At your 2021, I like Olave, I like Pittman Jr., I like. I'm not really a fan of Marvin Harrison Jr. there for half PPR, especially how you got it going on. He might be good, Marvin Harrison Jr. He might be nice with the three receivers. Yeah, I'd take him there at the 20. I'd imagine, and Brown and Nakua, basically all these dudes. And if none of them are there, I want to go Nico, Mike Evans maybe. But yeah, anybody in the second round, I'd probably take at the 20. Get you a receiver for sure. Because once it comes back around to 40, your receivers are kind of gone. You might be able to get a good number 2 receiver, or have to draft a different team's number 1 that might be not be as looked at. I'll go Ayuk over Neighbors for sure. I can wait on a tight end. I like Neighbors though. Richardson. I should have probably waited for Joe Burrow. Dang. Tyreek Hill's just that deep ball threat though. And I think in his third year, Mike McDaniel, he's going to have even a better year. I think the Dolphins are going to be the 1 seed or 2 seed this year as well. Yeah, so I'd get Hill or McCaffrey there for sure. Guess you can't read that. Hey, you better get your tight end for that super flex. 10-man. Packers just get that ball? What just happened? Called it dead? Oh, hold on. I'll answer in a sec. Hey, what the? Okay. Let's get back to this. Huge fan of the show, man. Already sub. Hey, thank you, Captain. Appreciate it. Quick question. Should I trade Kelsey? Oh, already in trades. You already got the draft. All right. Huge fan of the show. Man, yeah, appreciate that. Should I trade Kelsey and Mixon for Chubb and Chubb for Jonathan Taylor, Pitts, and Neighbors? Oh man. Okay. So here's the thing with Kelsey. I'll just give you a quick breakdown and then I'll give you my opinion on it all. So Kelsey, He's going to get some good red zone snaps in the fantasy playoffs because the Chiefs play 3 games in 10 days. So Pacheco's not going to be getting the ball as much. And the Chiefs' depth chart in the running back room is terrible. So they're going to be airing it out over those 3 days. Pacheco might pop off 1 or 2 games, but he's not doing it all. So Kelsey should probably get a couple touchdowns in the fantasy playoffs. And, he'll be a top 5 tight end, I'd imagine. So, and a 10-man, that's pretty valuable, but not as valuable as it can be. So maybe you could trade Kelsey if you could get your hands on like Ferguson or Kincaid. Or Pitts is interesting. You're definitely taking a big step down with Pitts. Yeah, I could have waited for Burrow. I messed this up. I messed it up bad, and I haven't even been focusing. I'll get Zach Moss. Definitely like him a lot, and then yeah, I could have got Stroud too. I should have waited on QB here, but I'll get my tight end. All right. Anyways, so yeah, Kelsey should be top 5. Could probably trade him. Pitts, he could be interesting too. We don't know. Anyways, Mixon, they just traded for him and they gave him a contract extension, 3 years or something. So they're committed. They're committed to him being the guy. What that means for fantasy, I'm not sure. I think Tank Dell is going to be a top 10 receiver this year and top 5 next year. And you got Diggs, who probably wants 1,000 yards. That's what everybody's saying. And then you got Nico Collins. So they got a lot of mouths to feed. Plus you got Dalton Schultz. He's getting a couple catches. And you got Cade Stover, who some guy in my chat just told me about today, who's another tight end. So they got a lot of mouths to feed. And Stroud could have an MVP year just based off of the offense built around him alone. If the offensive line keeps up or they can really air it out, then I think they're going to be pretty deadly. So Mixon, I don't know. When Mahomes won MVP like that with that loaded receiver room, I don't really remember his running back that year. I'm not going to lie. That's crazy. I can't think of his running back. Damian Williams. So, yeah. Not the biggest fan of Mixon either. And Chubb. Not a fan of Chubb either, honestly. Is it full PPR? Do you get a point per catch? Or is it half PPR? I need to know that, but basically all those guys you got are high ceiling but high floor. Jonathan Taylor, I really like. Pitts will be a step down, and Neighbors, he'll be interesting. He could be just a fun wide receiver 3 you have. Neighbors was taking over franchise left tackles and right tackles. If you want to talk about talent, you got a left tackle that is going to be has a good chance of being a Hall of Famer just based on history alone, and you pick Neighbors over him. That usually means that you are pretty talented. So, and Brian Daboll's job might be in risk too. So there you have that as well. He might be trying to have as good of a year as he possibly can, no matter what. So that could be good for Neighbors. I'd probably take that trade, honestly, in a full PPR. If you get a catch per and half PPR, I'd take that trade. Not the biggest fan of Pitts, but you could always take Pitts and a receiver you have, because you're going to have an extra one now, and you could try and trade those two for a different tight end if you want. I think the Falcons will be a wild card team this year for sure. And Kirk Cousins likes his tight end, so it's definitely upside to Pitts as well. He just hasn't put it all together. Oh, I need another running back. I kind of just need to go best available. Mostert's sitting here. Uh, I like a Dunze. Too much potential. And I'll go with Mostert. Yeah, so hope that helps. Think I like that trade no matter what. I like the trade for sure, dude. For sure. I love it. I think that trade has more value. Oh my gosh, dude. I like that trade. I'm biased, so I have a bias for sure. Other people will tell you no, but the more I think about the trade, the more I'm like, yeah, that would be. I would definitely take that. Um. Oh my gosh. I like Taylor a lot too. I really like Jonathan Taylor this year. Oh, I'll go Marshall Lloyd. Give me another running back. Not the best. I kind of think I can wait on a defense. I'll just get another running back. I like Ty Chandler's potential volume in Minnesota. I liked it more though when they had JJ McCarthy. Now I'm not really a fan of that pick, so I might have to rethink that. I thought JJ was gonna be a pretty good running back or quarterback this year. It's pretty unfortunate for him and for the Vikings. They just can't catch a break. I'm liking this team so far. I like Chain and Moss, Layman, Pittman Jr., Ferguson, and Ayuk. This is a fun team. If I'm gonna play fantasy, I want at least to get the guys I want and have fun watching them. Like you could have Brees Hall last year, but you really want to tune into a Jets game. I wouldn't push myself to that, even if it's prime time. Sorry, dude. Oh. Okay. I just need to do best available here. Brock Purdy's pretty good value here. So is Rodgers. Purdy's got such a cake division. Yeah, I'll go Purdy. I don't need a fifth receiver that's just going to sit on the bench. There's enough of those down far enough. I'll get the Chiefs defense. I like both the Chiefs and Dolphins defenses as well as the Bengals. The draft with 101 is on Yahoo, so the rankings are different. My mocks, I get London and Debo on the 2-3 turn. I reach for Debo as his ADP is 28, but I can see them go early a lot on underdog. I see them go early a lot on underdog thoughts. Yeah, you got half PPR going. I'm not gonna lie. I haven't had time to go through everybody's stuff, so I can't really tell you much about Drake London. But Packers just made a play. And then what else? I feel like I just picked. I need best available. I got 5 running backs. I'll go with Downs for my last receiver. Wicks was probably dumb. I kind of rushed that, but I mean, it's not like he has to play ever, so just a shot in the dark. Okay. Yes. Debo and London. London should get some good volume for sure. Debo. I'm not sure on Debo. The Chiefs play a lot of man coverage, and he kind of got locked up in the Super Bowl. McCaffrey's kind of taken his rushing yards away too. People kind of forget he was like getting 1,500 yards a year, but a lot of that was rushing yards. And you don't really need that with McCaffrey. They got Jordan Mason too, plus they just picked up Isaac Guerrero as a rookie, so he's making the team for sure. So they have a little bit more depth behind McCaffrey, and I feel like Debo won't see the ball as much either. But yeah, Trent McDuffie put Debo in jail in the Super Bowl. So personally, I'm not the biggest fan of him. At 28, yeah, I could see how it would mess you up too. Plus, you only have. I think I almost got stripped. DJ Moore could be nice. I think. Okay. You got the 101. I think you need to find a team. I think you need to find a team that you can. Man, my draft was nasty, but I think you need to find a team that is going to have players perform high every week, and you can play both the receivers. That'd be kind of hard, but if you had like, obviously you can't do it with the position you're in, but if you had like AJ Brown and Devontae Smith last year, you would be you'd be really set. You could just play both those receivers. Oh, nice, I got in. Cool. Cool. So if you could find a team like that, be hard to get the 1 and 2 receivers. So can you get Tank Dell with your 4? I think you might be able to go Diggs and Dell. That one's pretty risky, I'm not gonna lie. You're kind of putting it all on CJ Stroud's shoulders, but I think if you stacked, it'd be kind of nice with the 3 receivers. Plus, you basically have 4 receivers, so if you have 2, like if you had AJ Brown and Devontae Smith last year, like you were gonna have a big week no matter what, 40, 50 points. So I think the Bears will be like that if you get both Bears receivers. Teams that are going to be airing it out. I like the Colts are doing that. Downs and Pittman Jr. I don't know. Have you thought about stacking your guys like that? Because if you get a guy that's throwing 300 yards a week, then yeah, if you got somebody throwing 300 yards a week and your guys are getting 150 of that, almost 200, then I think AJ Brown and Devontae Smith will get some high volume this year. Yeah, you just need receivers with the highest amount of volume possible. You could go for the Panthers guys. There's a lot of different ways to do it, but I think with the 3 receivers stacking could be cool. I'll go Jefferson. I mean, he played bad against Kansas City and Seattle and Minnesota. And Smith did too. He played good against Kansas City, though, and Minnesota. So when A.J. Brown did bad against Minnesota, Devontae Smith balanced him out. Same thing with KC. They both did kind of bad against Seattle. And Smith kind of underperformed last year, too, but dude, I like Tank Dell with 3 receivers. I personally think he's going to be the number 1 in Houston. I like Dell a lot. Maybe you could stack them. maybe you could stack them up. I like Dell a lot. I don't know if you could stack Dell though. I feel like Diggs and Nico Collins, unless you get him with your four, your 2-3, you'd be overdrafting both of them. Nico Collins just had the type of production you don't see replicated. Now, if he gets more volume and all that, then yeah. So yeah, maybe you could go Dell, and then you could like. I need a guy. I'll go Olave. Get my two receivers. Um, I like Tank Dell a lot. I think he's going to be a top 5 receiver in the next 2 years. I don't know what it is. I'm not like too in depth on, but if you just play his highlights, I could throw him on later too. Okay, I'll wait this draft out. I can throw him on later too for a bit, but that guy. But it doesn't know. It doesn't mean it's gonna hit this year. But Tank Dell got a good schedule too. Great quarterback. Malik, yeah. If Malik falls, I'd take him. And you could pair up Malik, Neighbors, and Slayton too. That could be a good pair. Because he's just so far down there. Yeah, pairing up Slayton and him and Neighbors. That could be nice. There's only 4 dudes here, and I'm pretty sure. Yeah. Third round pick. Already not looking good for him. And it's his second year as well. Slated in Neighbors. Puka had fallen to me once or twice with all my mocks. Would worth to get then. You're putting a lot of pressure on me, man. No, I'm just kidding. Oh, I need to get out of this screen. 5 seconds. Okay. I need a running back. I love Ayuk there, but a number 1 running back would be nice. I don't know. I don't like ESPN because I don't know when. I think the Rams are going to be really bad this year. I heard one dude. He said that he thought Cooper Kupp lost a step, like he's looking a little slower at camp. Like it's all. It's just it's whatever coin you fall, whatever coin side you fall on. Um, so Cooper Kupp is interesting because the Rams figured out ways to win without him last year. I mean, they made the playoffs. Like, that was insane. But McVay can definitely dial up production. Like, you saw Neighbors break the record reception for rookies. You saw Cooper Kupp have the triple crown. You saw Kyron have a crazy year. So he can definitely dial it up. If your guy's on the receiving end of it, it's nice, but I just don't know. I don't know how the Rams rebound this year. You could have a monster receiver core, but it's going to be on a bad team. Like it's well called offense, pretty good quarterback and all that, but at the end of the day, it's a bad defense that's probably going to be getting run down a lot by Kenneth Walker, by McCaffrey. Um, so I like Kelsey here a lot. I might go Kelsey. Skipping on Ayuk twice in a row. Yeah, another pair to another pair you could do would be like Pacheco Rice. I doubt Pacheco ever falls to 2, but Pacheco and Rice would be nice. For his Chiefs guys that you could do that with. You could maybe do Rice and Hollywood Brown. I think they'll be pretty good. Worthy's interesting though, so it's kind of hard to tell. It's kind of the Chiefs' season's really going to be dictated by who can stay healthy, like how their receiver numbers end up. But Rice is good. Other players you could pair up. Who's going to be airing it out? So there was like 4 or 5 teams that were like that last year. That if you were stacking it in a league like that, then it would have worked. So it's definitely a risky way to go. But I mean, if you ended up with Ayuk and Debo last year, you would have been winning consistently. I don't know if it'll work this year, but if you had AJ Brown and Devontae Smith last year paired up, it would have worked. If you had Dell and Nico Collins paired together, it would have worked. If you would have had Pittman Jr. and Josh Downs, it would have been okay. A chain, Pacheco, and Kyron. Pacheco's interesting. Load management's definitely real in Kansas City, so he's not going to win you your playoffs, but I think Pacheco has a real chance to be a top 5 running back this year, fantasy-wise. A chain, you saw the potential with him, but he's not capped on that. I need another receiver. I'll go Pickens. I'm confident with a quarterback falling. And if a quarterback doesn't fall, get a tight end. So it would, and then Cooper Kupp and Puka also kind of work too. So there's so much parity in the NFL. You don't really see duos dominating back to back to back years, but you could try and repeat that. Trying to think of who else is going to get. I think DJ Moore and Adunze could be nice. That'd be a good pair. Higgins and Jamar Chase, but that's irrelevant. I like that running back pool though. Of the thirds. If you're running back, if wait, you're telling me Pacheco, a chain, and Kyron fall to you every time at the 3? if that's true, then you could probably go receiver with your first pick and then cash in on those running backs. The Chiefs and Dolphins are going to win the division, so you'd have the starting quarterback for starting running backs for two division winning teams with very high catching upside, running upside, touchdown upside, volume upside. And then Kyron's nasty too. I need a tight end here. I can't get a quarterback. Oh, my guy Ferguson's gone. Alright, I gotta wait for a tight end. I like Swift a lot. I'll go Stroud. Yeah. T. Higgins and Zach Moss could be a good pair too. Both very undervalued guys. I think the Bengals win their division. Yeah, those running backs fall to you, dude. You might want to look at getting your one locked up and then try to pair. But also, McCaffrey you could probably trade for a whole bunch of stuff too, so. It's hard. You're in a weird position with half PPR. You're like in a weird enough position. I have to like just give you options and you got to decide. I can't just be like, yeah, get this dude, get that dude, get this dude. Half PPR's difficult because you can kind of predict catches, but you can't predict volume. Volume is so hard to predict. Man, these guys are getting murdered in this draft though. Like, this is bad for them. I like McCaffrey though. No doubt. Oh, I got Kelsey. I don't like any of them. I really got a lot of winning teams players other than Jefferson. All these teams are going to be winning this year, and I'm going to have all their players. So I like this team. Oh, actually, that's not true. The Steelers aren't going to be winning either. The rest of my guys, though. Feeling good. All right, we got another round coming up. I'm just gonna go best available. I'd like another running back, but there's enough that I really just need to go best available. Get who I can get. There's so many stacked running backs in this class. Okay, so we got Ezekiel Elliott, Eckler. We got two washed guys. Jameson Worthy, Vincent, Chubb, Ford, Charbonnet, Lockett. So we're going to come back around. We'll get Marshawn Lloyd with that pick. Oh, I don't know if I like this, but no, I can't skip. I can't skip on Ford. His defense is too good, and he's taking that number one this year. He's not taking the number one, but he's taking up all the targets. Chubb only gets one catch a year in full PPR, so that's not great. Ford is a pass catching running back out of that backfield. And he also has a very different skill set than Nick Chubb. So Ford learns more from Nick Chubb. Ends up with half of the patience Nick Chubb had and half of the knowledge of the game Nick Chubb has. Then that dude is gonna be crazy. Doesn't always work like that though. Elliott's still here. I'm glad I picked up Chubb when I did. Worthy would have been cool. Brian Thomas Jr. has plenty of potential, but he's just so freaking young. 113 best available. I got 3 running backs. Ooh, I could have the Packers 2 running backs. Yeah, I like Lloyd over anybody else there. Hawkinson could be cool, but I do have Travis Kelce, so there probably would never be any question who I'd be playing at any point. Oh. I think just best available here. I can wait on a defense, undoubtedly. It's tough. Alright, 5 running backs. Oh, Ty Chandler. Ty Chandler's probably a miss there. Probably should have grabbed Hawkinson, maybe. Leggett. I should have got Leggett. I mean, Legett's still here. Purdy. Need to grab the defense, though. Leggett is still here. Need another, just best available. And like a receiver, I got prospect. I like Downs. We'll go Downs. Get the Colts guys. The Colts offense will be really good this year. So, if anything, I could probably just play both of them and hope the Colts air it out. The best available backup tight end. Pretty good draft. I like this team again. I think I haven't had a bad draft yet. I mean, it's all subjective, but just pick up some random kicker. So we got Jefferson, Olave, Josh Jacobs, and Kelsey. Two true number ones on pretty good, well called offenses. Running back behind one of the best offenses. Kelsey, another number one. CJ Stroud, Moss, and Dunze, Ford, Lloyd. This is a bad pick. There's a couple bad picks through here. Got Chiefs defense, two Colts receivers. That's a day. Yo, Death Reaper, are you still here? I could run a mock draft at number one. See more of what you're seeing. I just thought about that. Hmm. Oh man, I need a break. Oh, I'm already in here. Alright. I need a break. 3 hours of drafting. Same squad, baby. so tired. Oh man. Alright, so we got Jefferson, Olave. Um it doesn't look like there's gonna be any running backs left, and there aren't. And the port is here. Historic rookie season. He probably breaks 1,000 yards this year, right? I'll get Laporta for now. Then what are we doing, people? One of these receivers is going to fall, so I think I played that well if I wanted Laporta, but I ended up going with them, so I like Laporta there. What pick is that? 34. I mean, he fell too, according to ADP, but so yeah, we still have Ayuk and DJ Moore, which were the only two dudes I was really looking at. I like Kenneth Walker, but there's a lot of running backs in this. So probably between Ayuk and DJ Moore. I'm not too in love with the receivers, and I think one will fall. All right, I went with Ayuk. DJ Moore is just as good. He probably would have been a safer pick, but not horrible. So I'm gonna take a little bit of a break, but I'll keep drafting. So see y'all in a bit. Mm. Oh. Mm. I definitely need a receiver here. Or a running back. And if I want Burrow or Stroud, I'm going to have to pick him here. We get Swift. I don't think he'll be there if I skip him there. This guy gets Pickens. And he goes Terry. Interesting. And CJ Stroud just went, so that kind of sucks. Pick 63. Honestly, over anybody here. Ingram could be nice. Oh, Burrow's still here. I'm going to get Burrow. Hey, don't at me, but Burrow's going to be a top 5 quarterback this year. Bengals are winning the conference. love Swift and Moss here. I love this receiver or this running back room. If only Moss will fall to me. Don't do it, buddy. Don't you do it. He goes Kirk. What a fool. He goofed that up. I really like this team again. We got a Doomsday sitting here. I'll go with Doomsday with that. Top 10 draft pick. auto picked Addison and Brown. Yuck. Oh man. What am I gonna do? No. Your Lions with 2 rushing touchdowns. That guy is impressive. Lions third string. Ron and Ad. That was some good eggs. Steelers Lions. Lions have Jake Fromm. Number 6. I'm taking Chase. I'm taking Chase for sure with the 8, with the 6. Brees Hall is good. He might be just as good as Chase, but you can always take Chase and trade him. Plus, he's on a lot better team than the Jets, than Brees Hall too. So, J.C. Jackson got suspended. What is wrong with that guy? I don't know what his issue is. Oh, it's my pick. Oh, okay. I got 3 seconds. I'll go Pacheco. I think there it's either Harrison Jr. or Pacheco. Jake Jake Fromm's throwing dots. I'm feeling like he's gonna be making the Lions roster. Jake Fromm might be him. Man, that is bright. Can we turn that brightness down a little bit? I'll just turn that down a little bit. We'll turn the brightness down. Look like I'm in heaven. That's whatever. I'll just do that. Okay. I gotta go with a running back here. Oh man. I'll go Kamara. Especially because I'm in full PPR. He should have another good year. Not going Kamara there would have been really bad and dumb. That would have been horrible. I feel like I just build goated teams every time. Like I've been drafting for 4 hours. I haven't had a single bad team. Know what I'm saying? Oh my gosh. DJ Moore falls to me here. I think if DJ Moore doesn't fall, I'll pick up Mahomes. He picks him. Good pick, Connor. Well, I got the Chiefs offense pretty much. Oh, T. Higgins, baby. Bengals all day. Oh, Connor, don't do it to me again. Don't rip my heart out once more. Don't do it, Connor. Don't do it. Because if he picks Pickens, I'm picking Moss. We don't play these games. Alright, we got our next two picks set up. Need Ferguson a little more, but that was a pretty good little something there. Pickens, Higgins, Chase, Kamara, Pacheco, Mahomes. I'm undoubtedly making it to the playoffs with this roster. Moss and Ferguson are still here. I gotta go with Ferguson. I think just having the Bengals boys would be fun though. I'll see who I mean, I got Kamara and Pacheco. Don't really need them. If Moss could fall, I doubt it. And I don't think Ferguson was going to fall. Oh my gosh. I just got Zach Moss. Well, if the Bengals are playing a bad defense, then pick 102 D Hop is still here. I'll go Worthy. I'm just stacking these guys up on top of each other. My bench is nasty though. I like another running back here. I like Brian Thomas Jr. a lot. I'll go with Thomas Jr. I think Lloyd is gonna fall. I would have taken Lloyd there. I think he's gonna. I think he'd be more valuable to my team, but I think I can wait on him. Lloyd's still here. Y'all got cooked. We have 3 rookies on my bench, but one of them's gonna hit. Oh, somebody picked the Saints defense. We got 3 here. I'd still be fine with taking. I've been a I've been an ADP technician this draft. I'm usually not bouncing around so much and playing it ahead, but yeah, I think this has worked out very well for me. Chiefs, Dolphins, Bengals defense. I could probably even wait another round. I'll go with the Donnie Mitchell. Pretty high draft pick. We still got the Chiefs, Dolphins, and Bengals defenses, so. Yeah, Mitchell was a pretty bad pick there. I'm not going to lie. That's a really bad pick. Yeah, Ty Chandler just went. Algier. And right. And there goes Tracy. Might as well get a defense, or might as well wait on a defense. Hubbard is the best running back left. Wait, did they change these orders? 1, 2, 3, 4. Well, all my defenses just went. Man, I was talking crap, and then now it's kind of gone to crap. Oh, I see what happened now. Man, I really messed that up. Some terrible defenses left. Jags. Yep. I messed the end of this draft up. Picking Mitchell was dumb. Already had Leggett. And plenty of rookies. I did not need another rookie. Half PPR, would you rather have Devontae Adams and Joe Mixon or Rachaad White and Terry McLaurin? I just clicked a random kicker. Devontae and Mixon, Rashad White, and Terry. Well, I would probably go with Devontae Adams and Joe Mixon. Yeah, I would definitely take Devontae Adams and Mixon. Rashad White was a very inefficient running back last year. So if his volume is duplicated this year, then it'll be a good pick. But usually doesn't happen too often. Also, Devontae Adams, you could probably trade. White would be very hard to trade. Yeah, he's really inefficient, and I think he had some of the most carries and some of the most catches. So he's really good at force the ball, and the guy that was, which isn't a bad thing at all, but the guy that was doing it is off to Carolina to be their head coach. So it's kind of weird. It's a new coach. They might be playing it different, trying to take advantage of different parts of the team. And then Terry, it's kind of the same situation. Rookie quarterbacks usually don't do good, and that's who's throwing it to them. Almost all rookie quarterbacks do bad. And then, and the Commanders have the same traits that all the other teams that had bad quarterbacks that started off their first year. They have similar traits. They also have a new coordinator too. Kyler, ARSB. You talking about Richardson, Nico, Devontae, Mixon, Najee, Jake Ferguson. I love the Jake Ferguson pick. Devontae's cool. Mixon should get some volume. He just got signed to a 3-year extension, so it's not like a Diggs thing where they're like, you're like our fourth or fifth option. Oh, Amon-Ra. Ooh. Mm. Yeah. Then you got Nico, Mixon, Najee, Ferguson. Yeah, I wouldn't take that trade. I would not take that trade. I'm not sold on Terry. They both have brand new coaches. They both had really inefficient years. 12 and a half is pretty good, but not really, especially with how many targets he had. I just didn't like my Mixon and Devontae picks, but I sniped on running backs early and didn't want to ready. Adams fell to round 3, so I couldn't not take him. Yeah. The Raiders have a really easy schedule, and then they also have a loaded coaching staff, so Devontae Adams isn't too bad. They have a real chance to win 9-10 games. You didn't want to reach. So the end of their end of this is pretty bad, but these teams don't really have the best cornerbacks. I mean, the Saints do. I mean, the Falcons do too. So the playoffs isn't the best scenario for Devontae Adams, but they play the Chargers, who are a rookie who has a new head coach, the Panthers, who has a new head coach, new quarterback in the Broncos, new quarterback in the Steelers, the Rams, who just lost their defensive coordinator and defensive tackle, the best player they've ever had, in Aaron Donald. And then the Ravens also lost their defensive coordinator. And then you got the Browns, Chiefs, Bengals, and Dolphins. Like, not the best, but Do these first 8 games, the Raiders could win five of them. And Devontae, and yeah, in the first 8 games, I think you'll really be able to see what kind of year Devontae Adams is gonna have, especially if he's performing with Gardner Minshew against teams that he should be playing good against. So I like the Devontae Adams pick, and then the Texans signed their guy Mixon to a new deal. So he's a true number one there. Um, so yeah, I definitely like what you got going on over those other two. Both both Mixon or no, that's not even true. Yeah, and then Texans have a pretty rough end of it too, but at this point, I feel like the Texans are kind of be in a win or be out of the playoffs mode. So Mixon could get some heavy volume in the playoffs as well. I definitely like those two guys. They're just older, but yeah, half PPR. Not bad. I like it. Um, and I was gonna go over one more thing. Oh yeah, the guy that was calling plays in Chicago, he's the Raiders offensive player caller now, and he got 1,300 yards for DJ Moore, almost 1,400, 8 touchdowns. So he knows how to coach these guys open. Right before my mix and pick, Kenneth Walker, Connor, Josh Jacobs, and David Montgomery all went. And then I had to take Najee because he was the last viable starter available the following round. Yeah, I like Mixon over almost all of those guys. I don't like him over Josh Jacobs, but I mean you can't control that. Yeah, I think it. I think you're overthinking it. Half PPR is always different, but full PPR, yeah, that's not a good trade. That's not a good trade at all. And these are full PPR rankings, but Mixon's above all of those guys. Yeah, there's Jacobs, Walker. Mixon's above all of them in full PPR. And he had a good amount of catches, so it's warranted, but and then receivers, Devontae Adams is way above Terry. So you kind of be trading down in both with both players. Be losing talent. Plus Terry's not been good since his rookie year. Like he has definitely, but he doesn't really have an excuse to be so unprolific. Like Brandon Cooks was getting 1,000 yards a year. As Terry, he has okay. So Terry's pretty good, but I'd like to upgrade Mixon at some point to Jacobs or James Cook. Pretty fair. What kind of free agent running backs are there? Yeah, you could wait on Devonte Adams. I think trading him's not a bad thing because you saw that into the season form. It's not like he had last year when he played the Colts and some other really bad team. But and I'm Mixon's not too bad either. Yeah, I personally wouldn't touch Terry. I think the only way he ends up paying off is like if he gets traded to another team. Like I'm not gonna lie, I probably would not touch Terry McLaurin. It was kind of a pity 1,000 yard season for him last year. Just get him the ball as much as he can. Kind of like Brees Hall. Like the season was over. Like we just want to help you. They tried to get him 1,000 rushing yards, and he just barely missed it. Just playing bad teams. Like they've always had a very bad division too. So it's not like getting open against these teams has been as difficult as like getting open against AFC North teams or NFC or AFC East teams. NFC West. Like it's just been a really bad division for defense up until recently. So yeah, I probably wouldn't get Terry. The Najee pick's all right. You can maybe try and package Najee and Mixon up. He's pretty good. He's just not. He's just not very. I feel like there's just gonna be so many hills and valleys with Najee Harris's year, but the hills aren't gonna be that high. That's just an opinion, though. That's not based on like as much fact as it could be. I like James Cook though. I love their coordinator. I definitely like if you trade for James Cook. If you got like Marshawn Lloyd, I think would be cool too. Because if Josh Jacobs misses any time, where they kind of do a committee. But Josh Jacobs would be good too. I think those are both top 10 running backs for me, or top 15. Chase Brown, Zeke, and Herbert. I love Herbert a lot, especially for full PPR or half PPR. Brown will be interesting. And then I think Zeke will be pretty good because you can kind of tell the type of game they're going to be having. Like if they're playing against, oh, I don't know, like the who does the NFC? Who do they play against? Yeah, you'll kind of know when you can play with Zeke and not. I think you probably wouldn't want to play him against the Eagles or Niners or Ravens, but see what other running backs are here that you could maybe target. You got 5. It's just not. It's just not as appealing because 3 of them are pretty old. Oh, oh my gosh, I either get Bijan or Jamar Chase. Bijan or Monra? Bijan or Monra? Um, I don't know if I like that. No, if step into the light if you like that. Yeah, it's alright. Okay. Every time. Harrison Jr., baby. That was really easy. I should have got a Monroe. Yeah, I could have got a running back at 17. So we're gonna want a receiver here. Like DJ Moore a lot, and I like Ayuk a lot. DJ Moore has more of a resume, so I'm gonna go with him. we got some options here. Wait till 65. Most of these dudes will be gone. Gotta get my tight end. No matter what, Burrow's gone too. They kind of fumbled letting me get Ferguson like that, but I'll take my squad. I might get Zach Moss too. Let's see what this guy goes with. I'm gonna say he's. I knew he was gonna pick that dude. I knew it. Okay, so the real question is, do I want a Dunze or do I want Zach Moss? Spears is cool too. I just like Moss's team a lot better. I think Spears has more upside, but Moss just has. Yeah, I'm gonna get Moss. So I got 3 running backs, 4 receivers. Pretty set. And I got the tight end I wanted all along. So we'll just kind of do best available from now on. Try and get Cole Kmet later. get our defense in the next 4 picks. And if a quarterback falls, then we'll get him. But what's good, bro? How you doing? I'm not sure, but I think you liked the video, so I appreciate the like. What's up, dude? I'm just trying to finish this draft out. I like Ford a lot. There's just not a quarterback for me. I like Caleb. I could get him at 113 though. I know Ford won't be at 113. He probably shouldn't be here. Yeah. Pretty good. That's what's up. You do fantasy? Are you prepared for your draft, or have you already done it? What's up, fantasy dog? Me and Shuriken are chilling in here. Okay, so I got 4 running backs. I just gotta pick Caleb. If anybody can break the first round quarterback curse, it's him. Not a fan of their scheme or their. Last Monday? Cool. My league was waiting just because of all the trades and injuries that can happen. Stuff like that. Jahan Dotson got traded. I don't know how that affects anything, but it probably makes him less valuable. I'm not sure. Some people have gotten hurt too. Ours is well, I have one tomorrow and then I have one on next Sunday after all the roster cuts and stuff. So that's what I was doing, just preparing. Yeah. What question you got? So I'm not gonna go with the defense like it's suggesting. I feel like it's either Leggett or Lloyd. I already have 4 running backs, so I cannot go Lloyd here. Yeah, I'll go with Leggett. Yeah, Lloyd would never make it on. Usually I target him, but it's because I have different types of players. I usually don't ever have any of these guys but Moss. But I like all the guys I have. These 4 running backs are probably all top 20 running backs for me. My projections. So I'm chilling with that. I need a backup quarterback for sure. Purdy's still here. Can honestly go Purdy. Aaron Rodgers would be okay too. I'll go with Purdy. I need a backup, especially because I picked Caleb. Tajay Warren, Gabe Davis, Jameson Williams, and Chuba. Oh, Tajay Jalen Warren, Gabe Davis, Jameson Williams, and Chuba. Hmm. Who are your other running backs other than those three? Because Jalen Wright would be cool. Um, I just don't see where he'd be fitting in if you have like three more running backs or something like that. Oh, they're on your bench. Oh, it doesn't really matter what other running backs you have, actually. Tajay Warren and Chuba. Um, Brees and Gibbs and David. I can't see that. David Montgomery too. Are you in? Are you in full PPR? Yeah. If you're in full PPR, yeah, I don't see where he'd find a. I don't see him finding a spot on your team. You get six, and you'd be a good project, but you only need to run two, or maybe three. I imagine your receiver depth is a little worse, just because of your running back depth. Jameson and Gabe Davis. Yeah. Honestly, I'd probably. I don't know, fantasy dogs in here. You can chime in if what you think, but. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I don't see him finding a spot, because out of all those guys, I'd probably drop Gabe Davis, but I don't feel like keeping Gabe Davis has more upside than. I don't know why I got the Dolphins defense. That was random. Yeah, I'd say out of anybody, I'd drop Gabe Davis, but you don't really need a seventh running back. Jalen Wright would be an amazing five, but you kind of have Chuba Hubbard as your five. You could so you could drop Gabe Davis maybe, and then you could probably trade like Warren. You could trade Warren. You could trade Tajay. You could trade somebody too. Oh man. Okay. Going with the rookie, I guess. I wasn't expecting Downs to be gone. It's pretty good. Whatever. Yeah, you could probably trade Warren. I'm sure there's people with only like three running backs in your league. I think Warren's really talented. Garrett Wilson, Debo, and Mike Evans for my receivers, so I don't think I need more receivers. You'd be surprised though. You'd be surprised how fast they go down. Yeah, I kind of have to agree, Fantasy Dog. Like, I love the upside. I just don't see him being useful as a seven on your team. Like, and then like two guys get hurt, so then he's a five. Maybe the four if you don't like the Chuba Hubbard matchup. Like, he's still. Oh, yeah. I get Jordan Addison for sure. But yeah, I ended up with Bijan, Olave, Harrison Jr., and DJ Moore and Dell. Oh, never mind. It just went away. Four running backs, four receivers straight though. All guys that are probably my top 30. So I'm pretty confident with that. And then, like I said earlier, I got probably four top 20 running backs in my rankings. So ended up really good. Like Ed is kind of just a project, and Purdy is just kind of my backup. I only felt the need to get him because Caleb Williams is a first round. Um, so, and then a defense and a receiver. They weren't great picks, but who knows? Yeah, I guess I'll just stick with it then. Thanks. Heck yeah, dude. Anytime. Like, I like the idea, but I'd probably find a spot for him if you could. Like, I get somebody moved, and if you need to, drop Gabe Davis and pick up right. I like the idea. It's just seven running backs is pretty crazy. Plus, he didn't look like amazing in the preseason either. Anyways, I'm gonna fix this camera. So what you been up to, Fantasy Dog? I haven't streamed in a minute. I know you've been taking those Tank Dell and Dalton Kincaid recommendations and running with them, but other than that, what you been up to, my guy? More into the bathroom real quick. Hey, hype y'all in 12 mans? Yeah, I'm in 12 mans. Yes, I'm in a 12 man. I'm in a 16 man. I don't know how I draft though in the 16 man I'm in. Yeah, Every draft this stream I've done 12 man. But yeah, the one I really want to win is a 12 man, and then I'm in a 16 man. But there's like a defensive player in there. I don't think catches are worth a point, but yeah, it's different, and I don't know how the draft works either. So it's gonna be an interesting experience. Yeah, exactly. Why is Tyreek ranked fifth? It doesn't matter either. Half PPR, full PPR, just straight up mock everything. Tyreek Hill should be top 3 no matter what. Whatever type of fantasy football it is, Tyreek Hill should be in the top 3. What's your top 5, Shuriken? Top 5 prospects, Fantasy Dog, you can answer to. Yeah, life gets in the way. At the 11, Jonathan Taylor or Garrett Wilson is kind of where I'm going with this. So if I pick Taylor, he could take Garrett Wilson and Brown, and I could be screwed. But one of them might fall. I'm going to go with Taylor. I really like Taylor so much. But yeah, this is rankings. Tyreek shouldn't be rated that. How do you even know that, Fantasy Dog? 20 teams is a good strategy once you get past 140 or so. All right, there we go. I wanted Garrett Wilson more than any of them, and I ended up getting him. What a masterful play. How about that? Almost misclicked and hit Puka. Oh, man, I'd be pissed. For real, though, I think Garrett Wilson has the most number 1 upside, and I got him. Like, that's crazy. But I feel like if I picked them, then Taylor would have been gone. And I think Taylor has top 5 running back potential as well. So, kind of lit the candle on both sides there. Yeah, your top 5 is CMC, Lamb, Hill, St. Brown, J. Jettas. Ooh. Personally, I'd have Chase in the top 5. I'd say McCaffrey, Hill, and CeeDee Lamb are guaranteed top 3, and then Chase is a 4, and then probably Amon-Ra is 5. But it's just so hard with Bijan there too. You like don't know what to do. 120 teamers, second ones. Nice. I like picking later too because people, at least as far as I know, people are gonna pick quarterbacks early in this draft on Sunday. So I got Taylor and Garrett Wilson. This is going really well so far. Don't like Chase since he bad luck. Chase at 6 though. Okay. Wait, hold up. Wait. Let's back it up a second. All right. Did Fantasy Dog really just say that Chase belongs under Justin Jefferson because of bad luck? What? Jefferson lost the best quarterback he's ever had. The second best quarterback he would have ever had. Both to injuries. The first one left out of town. He won't have his tight end for the first 6 weeks Addison's banged up. He's missed a lot of. I mean, that's not really luck, but Vikings are like the definition of bad luck. They built their whole offseason around getting J.J. McCarthy. And you're telling me Sam Darnold's. Yeah. He's listening, all right. You're telling me Sam Darnold and Jefferson is the play over Jamar Chase and the Bengals and their cheese schedule and their cheese schedule. It's gonna say cheese division, but they have a tough division for sure. Nah, not this year, buddy. Maybe as far as talent wise, yeah, but not for fantasy. Not for fantasy, buddy. Um, yeah. Chase, though, yeah. I don't know. I just feel like Chase has so much trade value. He's like a little worse trade value than CeeDee Lamb. Like, you could take CeeDee Lamb and trade him for anything. And then, like, Chase is right under that for anybody that's not a casual. I want Josh Jacobs here. I think Nico would be cool if he fell. I just got a lot of options here. I'm going to go with running back. I got running backs that should all be on playoff teams. I don't like the 5. Yeah. Are you in a 12-man shuriken? Yeah. So we got Ayuk and DJ Moore. Nico Collins went in Metcalf. I'm pretty fine with that. As my number 2, I'll go DJ Moore. He's at least been in the building this year. And this guy could just not even be on the Niners either. Gets traded to the Steelers, I'd be screwed. Full PPR. Yeah. Dude, earlier in one, I got Jamar Chase, um I got Jamar Chase, T. Higgins, and Zach Moss. I was like, if I know a bad defense is coming, and my team was like built around it. I had like Mahomes or a really good quarterback, and then I had a really good wide receiver or running back 1. Um, and then I had DeAndre Swift too, which would be a great flex player, second running back. So I was like, I'm perfectly fine with overdrafting T. Higgins if that means I'm gonna have the entire Bengals offense. The Bengals defense looks so good on paper. Still have their coordinator. Drafted teams last year and didn't manage them right at all. Yeah. Some dude came in here earlier. He was like, should I trade Devontae Adams and Mixon for Terry McLaurin and Rachaad White? I was like, no, don't do that. That'd be bad roster management, to say the least. He's like panicking about the draft. He just didn't like the Mixon and Devontae Adams picks. I'm like, they're pretty good picks. They're like the most established players in the entire league by far. kind of the same thing with DJ Moore. He's so underrated, but he had 1,300 yards. I'm like, just because he's a little older and his team's not as good doesn't mean he can't do exactly what he's done his whole career. Appreciate that, Fantasy Dog. I need to get the vibe up in here. Mixing Kyron Lamb. I like that combo. If Kyron falls to your second, that's crazy. I'll just go with Pickens. I think if Kincaid falls, I think I'm going to be set. Because this guy doesn't have a tight end. So you just pick one. I'm going to have to go with Kincaid. I like Tank Dell. But Mixon Kyron Lamb. It's pretty solid. That is a really nice core. Those running backs you could play every week. Appreciate the likes. Yeah, I hadn't watched that full video in a couple days, and I watched it on my TV. I was like, this actually turned out pretty good. And, like, isn't annoying either. You sold me on Kincaid early in full PPR. It's gonna be a weird draft. Now that I got you on the Kincaid train, how am I gonna get you on the Burrow train? Look at this. Tennessee, Browns, and Broncos. Fantasy championships. Tell me he's not dropping 20 points a game on those bums. I think Tennessee might have beat them bad last year. Did they play them? Yeah, they beat them last year, but those before they collapsed. Broncos collapsed. So we got 83. If I want Keenan Allen, I better get him. Ferguson's gone. I'd take him over both. Yeah, I'll just take Keenan Allen. I'd take Pollard here too if this guy takes Moss. This guy, Ferguson and Joe Burrow just went back to back. So Moss is still here. He took Mozart and Jalen Warren. Okay. It's one of the weaker drafts I've had. But normally I've been cooking. Yeah. Somebody picked Jackson Smith over Ferguson and Joe Burrow and Keenan Allen. Like what? Why would he go over any of these people? Ferguson, Burrow, Allen, Jalen Warren, Mozart, Moss, and then Kirk. So like the next 7 picks, he shouldn't have gone over any of them. Dunze is gone. Jordan Love might be here. I'd take him at 107. I feel like these people are paid actors. He has Dak and he has Burrow. Did I really just get Jordan Love too? The rich get richer. Are you kidding me? He doesn't have a quarterback either. That's another pick I'd grab right before this dude. Have fun with Jameson Williams, bud. Chase Brown. It depends on the backfield. That that strategy really doesn't work. It only works on receivers. It just auto-drafted Corum. It's alright. No. If you look at receivers and stacking them, A.J. Brown and Devontae Smith were good last year. I looked at the numbers. They related well. Same with Ayuk and Debo. Who else did it work with? Worked okay with Hill and Waddle. There's a couple other teams too. It worked well with Pittman Jr. and Josh Downs. Worked well with Nico Collins and Tank Dell. So you have a good chance, like based on the value of where you're picking the players and how you feel about them. You have a lot better chance to double up on receivers and just run them both in your bad weeks and build your team around that than you do doubling up on running backs. The only doubled up running back room that worked last year was the Lions. But Gibbs was also drafted pretty high last year too, so you're kind of overdrafting him just for him to pair well with your other running back, but you can't even really. Yeah, I don't know. I guess a Moss and Jonathan Taylor one worked okay, but Taylor was at 33rd ranked, so it didn't work at all. Double running back backfields don't work. But I'm going to go for it anyways because that's my guy. Now that Blake Corum pick really doesn't make sense, but it's good though because I have Lloyd, who I'm confident in, and Moss. So then I'm open to trading Taylor or Josh Jacobs or Blake Corum. Well, not Taylor, but I'd be down to trade Jacobs or Corum. So, and for somebody that doesn't have many receivers, that'd be good. So I have my quarterback. Woof. Look at my defense. Yeah. That's what I base a lot of my rankings off of. Is how the season's gonna go. Schedule. Team makeup. Coaching. So when I say Burrow and Josh Jacobs, in like any Bengals player, honestly, I think they're all gonna hit. Um, I do it a little bit. It's not too much. I do it more based off total schedule makeup. But yeah, that's a big factor. Like I did running back rankings. I think Pacheco's going to be a top 5 running back, but once it comes playoff time, Andy Reid is going to be benching him. So the like weeks beforehand. So even though he's a top 5 running back and will get you to the playoffs, he's not going to win it for you. Oh man. I think I can get Josh Downs with the next. Yeah. Yeah, I just do a few with that. A few only really work too. Especially for you to get value to pick them both. Like, you can't be picking them over other guys just because they're going to have a good year. Like, you can't pick them over, like, a receiver that's going to be good. Or get a bunch of targets just because both running backs are going to do good. Yeah, definitely. Got to go to win it. But you can't base it all off schedule either. I traded for Kelsey just because the Chiefs' end of the season was so terrible and he didn't do anything. They like got shut out against the Raiders. Barely beat the Bengals. Not barely, but so you can't base it off schedule like that. You gotta base it off how the team's doing. You gotta base it off how the team's schedule is, like how the team's year is going to go, and then plan accordingly. Like if the Packers win the 1 seed early, get the tiebreakers and all that, then they're not going to play Josh Jacobs as much. Or if like they're like top 2 seeds or top 3 seeds. Same thing with Chiefs. Once they make the playoffs, at this point they just let off the gas. Start running more of the backups, get some more chemistry going. Not all the backups, but rotate guys around more. Oh, yeah, I didn't review my team. That was dumb. So you've Love at quarterback, but no backfield. Lots of quarterbacks left. Yeah, I mean it's 12-man redraft, so there's plenty of dudes. You still have like 16 starting quarterbacks to choose from, so if I went after that draft, I'd probably trade one of those running backs I had. Maybe package somebody up and then yeah, that's about it. Trade Corum and Jordan Love for Burrow. Yeah. So you gotta kind of plan accordingly. Um, just based off how this team's season is gonna go. Like last year, Gibbs was getting sat with the Lions. Um, it's about coach tendencies too. Like Shanahan made the playoffs. They were going for the 1 seed, but they were still using the crap out of Ayuk, Debo, and McCaffrey. So just coach tendencies and overall how the season is going to go. More so than the actual teams they play. But if it's a bunch of teams that probably aren't going to be in the running for the playoffs at that point or desperate, then that's a pretty good scenario too. Like it could work out against them playing playoff teams early, but redraft is waiting for other team injuries and pounce with the trade. Mm-hmm. It's gonna be a fun season. Yeah, no big money at all. Then you gotta find a league too where people are willing to pay and like have it be legit and they not steal your money. I know there's some for Yahoo like that, but probably be like a 2 to 4 type of team type of thing if you're trying to actually win some money. Running 10 teams would be insane. Oops. Yeah, for sure. Yahoo's cool. They really make it seamless doing business with them on there like that. Really seamless and legit, you know. I need to figure out a way to spruce it up in here though. I've gotten a lot of engagement this stream, but people like will ask questions and I'll give them a pretty good answer. Um, Depends on the question, but they'll just have that. They'll just answer the question or get the answer and then head out. So I need to get people the more subscribe. Like maybe when I answer, I'm like, yo, and I stream here every Friday, so make sure to subscribe. Something like that. That'd be a cool like call to action form after literally answering, after saving their franchise team one team at a time. It's been a really good stream though. All right. We're going with ADP here. We're committed. have some music going on in here. Just have it real chill. Just be more direct with what I say and my answers, and then just be chilling in here. Be like, okay, I'll just chill and see what he does. I just now thought of something. Invite yourself to guest on someone else's channel. Welcome for your takes, dog. That's pretty smart. There's enough channels to do it with. Fantasy dog. There's definitely. Wait, what is going on with this? Okay. There's definitely a market for people for it. It's definitely people seeking this type of content. I want to win. Exactly. I'm such a competitive kid. If I'm gonna do something, I want to win. I don't care as much about winning now. I already know I'm already a winner. But I still want to win. Like, it depends. Definitely just as competitive. Ooh, Pittman, Adams, London, Mixon, Cook. Is this the same spot I was in last time? Alright, Devontae Adams or Pittman Jr.? Ooh. Or a Chain or Cook. Going with the Chain, baby. Mm-hmm. I appreciate it, man. It'd be cool to just kind of have this thing going as I'm like just doing doing stuff, you know. I feel like this next week is like my specialty, and then it's not going to be as fun. I recommend one guy to double stack. He was in a, I think it was a normal league. I think full PPR. Um, it might have been half PPR, but he had 3 receivers and then a flex. So basically 4 receivers, or 3 receivers, 3 running backs. So receivers were more important, and he's picking first overall. So it was like, and he was sold on McCaffrey. So I told him to get McCaffrey, and then I told him to try and double up, and that's when I went over the receiver stacks that have worked in the last year. All of them ended up being pretty good value too. So if you hit that, then it's pretty nice. So I recommended some potential stacks, but I think that would work. He said he was liking Neighbors. I was like, Neighbors and Slayton actually wouldn't be too bad. Like, you could just play Neighbors at first, and if the Giants team is, if the Giants receivers are just as bad, then you just wasted the last pick in your draft picking Slayton. He's so far low rated, but if he turns it up from 700 yards to more, than that's amazing wide receiver 3 value. Yeah, I recommended a couple others too. The 3 receiver thing would be make it more challenging for sure. I feel like receivers are a little, there's just so many of them. It's kind of easier to get value. But if you have 3, then you kind of do got to stack and plan really more strategically. I think Mahomes is a pick here. And then I think I'm going to have a chance at McBride here or Tank Dell. Pickens and Kincaid are both good too. He picks Mark Andrews, so He can have fun with that guy. And Richardson, yeah. So I can get McBride. 12-man. Why don't I just grab Josh Allen to pair up with Mahomes, baby? I'll put him at running back. He'll give me about 10 points. Surprised if he isn't catching passes this year, too. How bad his receiver core is. I really got 2 quarterbacks. A little petty, but hey, 2 top 5 guys. Why not? The 2 best quarterbacks in the league, actually. I got them both. Like, not fantasy-wise, just straight up skill, talent. Does anybody agree with that? All right. I need receivers and I need tight ends. Ferguson's still here, so why don't I just add him up? Higher upside than Njoku, but Njoku is a little bit more established. I got Rashee Rice sitting right here. Rice or Keenan Allen. Burrow second best? Oh. Oh, come on, fantasy dog. I thought you were better than that. I'm the biggest Burrow head out there, but Keenan Allen or Rice for fantasy purposes. Come on, dude. Josh Allen has done to Spags' defense, Steve Spagnuolo. He's done to Spags' defense that nobody has ever done at the rate he's done it. It's like every time Josh Allen plays the Chiefs defense, it's like a new version of himself. And he's just better every single time. Burrow, I think he's like a 1-to-1 touchdown interception ratio in the playoffs. Like that should say it all. That should say it alone right there. He was carrying the Bengals at first too. When he made it to the Super Bowl, he was straight carrying, but you can tell Josh is ill prepared and still did well. Every time. Like that dude is the only other person I've seen play so well against Spags defense is Tom Brady. But even he had some misses. Sometimes Tom Brady would dominate Spagnuolo's defense, and then he lost the Giants undefeated season to him when the Patriots went undefeated and then lost in the Super Bowl to the Giants. So Josh Allen bats 1,000 against Steve Spagnuolo's defense. Burrow hasn't done that. He's 50-50. So's Brady. Like, it's still good. But I just base it off that, really. It's all preference, I guess. It's just what I base it off of, but I mean, you got Belichick as the best defensive mind since the new millennium, and then right under him, who else you got? Todd Bowles. Like, what are we talking about here? What are we talking about for real? Talking Mike Zimmer, whoever it was in Minnesota. Rex Ryan. Like, nah. Steve Spagnuolo was second. And Josh Allen has consistently dominated his defense every single time he's played him. Burrow's a strong 3, just like Jamar Chase is a strong 3. They're both the third best at their position. Oh, okay. I like Mawson and Dunze both here. Who would this guy pick? Who do we think? He's probably gonna pick a Dunze, but I'll pick Moss, and hopefully he doesn't pick a Dunze. That might have been a mistake. But yeah, but Burrow, he's goated for real. I liked him coming out of college, and then like everybody just tried to like make them the bad guys by beating Mahomes. Not bad guys, but I don't know. See, I got a Dunze too. This guy picked Jackson Smith and Nick Chubb. Yeah. Jamar Chase had the craziest game I've ever seen too. Against the Spags defense. What was this? Bengals G yeah, I think it was 2022. He had 7 catches for 97 yards. That's pretty good. It's pretty dominant. Okay. So that other one was in the playoffs. No. Wait, how we play him twice? They got these mixed up? Oh, this was... Okay. Oh, I said regular season. So we played him 3 times in 2022, and the Chiefs did. Anyways, yeah. Yeah, 266 yards and 3 touchdowns. Fantasy wise, he had like a 50 bomb on a Spagnola defense. Unheard of. Oh my gosh, there's no way. That was wild. Juked 54. Um, I can wait on receiver. No, I... Wait, was that it? This is it. Leggett. Hot. I'll just get a look at. Is there a linebacker on him? We already saw that. Chase is on the case, is what Tony Romo said. That's pretty funny. Look at this dude. Didn't even replay that one. Like, nah. Yeah, nah. They didn't even replay it either. Like, this dude is... You got him under a Monra. There's no way. Like, that dude ended up on the ground. Oh my gosh. That's a nice ball by Burrow. Jeez, this dude was tearing him up, though. Oh my gosh. We're not even halfway done yet. I'd like another receiver. Let's get the Bills number one. He's got the most seniority there. Cooking that fool. Yup, and a flag. That's Snead. Snead was pissed. Dang, that guy's strong too. He ripped Snead out of bounds. Like Snead had to use his whole body to throw him down. What? Holy crap. I remember watching this game and just being like, what is happening? I was just like, what the fuck is happening right now? Just throws it up. Like, what? Was it a first down, too? The same play, dude. Get it to 3rd and 27. Oh, that's wild. Wild. Had to be one of the best like receiver games I've seen in real time. It's like a quarterback passing for like 500 yards on Belichick. Like once in a lifetime type of thing. Or 260. A receiver getting 260 on Belichick. I don't think that's ever happened. So I went second overall. Ended up with CeeDee Lamb, a chain, and James Cook. Ended up after that with Mahomes, and then Josh Allen fell. So went with those two guys: Ferguson, Rice, Moss, Dunze, Lloyd. Then I filled out the rest of my team with receivers and the Saints defense. So Lamb and Rice are my two starting receivers. And then I have a lot of youth. I'll just put it that way at the rest of my receiver positions. So guess I'm running Rice and a Dunze week 1. Not the best draft of the day. Number 6. Okay, I'll rank my 6 people in the order I'd pick them. And they all gone. I even get to finish my list. Chase is still here. Good job, guys. If I get him, I don't know. What would you guys do, Amon-Ra or Justin Jefferson? I already know Fantasy Dog's opinion. He says Jefferson. Wait, actually, no, I think you said Amon-Ra. I might have to agree. I mean, he just had a monster season. And if Jahmyr Gibbs is good as everybody's saying, then and takes over the starting role, that might be the end of these teams' defenses. They got to stack the box even more. If Amon-Ra can get some more help, he got help with Laporta and he got a lot better. So if he could get another person to help him out, he got help from the running backs too and the line overall, but he needs a running mate now. Versus Jefferson's just a one-man show, no matter what. Oh, I need to get off here. Okay, I got Jamar Chase at 6. We got Kyren and Olave sitting here. I'm going to pick the one that's not picked. Okay, so they're neither are picked. All right, cool. Olave or Kyren? Kyren sure does look cool. I went with Olave. And only went with him because Kyren wasn't as much of a receiving threat. Only had 32 catches. That's about it. McVay can give production to anybody on his team. And we've kind of seen it time and time again, no matter what bum is in there. They've had some good ones too, but McVay can dial it up for anybody. So if he just doesn't want to give Kyren the ball, then he's just not going to give him the ball. Also, their team is going to be terrible this year. You don't come back from losing your defensive coordinator and Aaron Donald in the same year. There's no coming back for their season. It's already over. But Kyren is a beast. I just feel more familiar with I feel more excited with the volume Olave is going to be receiving over the volume Kyren could receive. Volume-wise, I think Olave is definitely the dude between Kyren and Olave. we get another pick coming up. I love James Cook as the first pick here. I like Kamara too. I'd get Cook or Kamara here. The rest of the receivers don't excite me. And Kelsey's cool, but not as a top 30 pick. I feel like I can get a more positional advantage by having Kamara over somebody else's running back than having Kelsey as over somebody's tight end. But James Cook is here, so I would have taken him regardless. 44 catches, 240 carries, 1,500 plus yards. That's better efficiency than the likes of Rachaad White, Kamara, Jacobs. Basically everybody after him. With that type of volume is what I mean. Alright, later, Fantasy Dog. Have a good night. Be safe. But yeah. And he did that with having two different offensive coordinators last year. Like, who fires their offensive coordinator mid-season? It's cooked. But I think the Bills ended up cooking by picking up or giving the keys to the offensive coordinator they have now. I definitely like what he's doing in Buffalo. I'm decently excited to see the offense too. The defense will be a sight for sore eyes, but Bills' offense should be pretty interesting with the new coordinator and different players in there. See how they rally together every game. So yeah, I really like this team so far. It's dynamic, it's exciting. I'd be excited to turn the TV on and watch these teams play as well. So it's like fun. At this next pick, I love Josh Jacobs, but he's gone. So I like Neighbors. And if Neighbors isn't there, I could go Waddle. I don't really want him though. He's already hurt. Neighbors or Waddle? That's such a risky pick. Mahomes should definitely be that guy there, but it's for funsies. I feel like I should have got Mahomes. So we got pick 54 next, and then we have another one here. What did I just pick? So it would be 67. Hopefully Joe Burrow's at 67. I like Burrow a lot for this season. Oops. Okay, that's our pick. Burrow's not even falling. Alright, I gotta pick a quarterback here. Might as well go Stroud. None of these guys had quarterbacks. Burrow wouldn't have been there. So it was either Malik Neighbors and Stroud or Mahomes and Tank Dell or George Pickens. Stroud will be more interesting to watch. Just because we kind of already know what to expect from Mahomes. Like, dude is trying to score a touchdown every time, and has the capabilities, but Stroud, it's like all potential, so could be like last year, he's just throwing bombs on people once again. We don't know the potential of Stroud yet. They're filling out nice, though. Okay. Burrow was here. Nobody went for a QB. I like Zamir a lot. Zamir Wine a lot. He had good highlights. We need a tight end next. Maybe best available. Okay. Anybody in here, you feeling Rice or Ferguson? I like Rice a lot. I need a tight end, though. It's a steep fall off after Ferguson. Maybe if I played my cards different, I could But I got my squad. How we feeling? Chase, Olave, Ferguson, Neighbors, Cook, White, and Stroud. It's a very young team and unproven, but all with potential to be really good this year. Maybe except White, but just get another high potential guy. Young. I'd love to get Ford here. Ford is still here. I'd love for him to fall one more pick. I ended up getting him. Benson would be okay there too, especially because I need a running back, but I'm very excited with that pick. I don't have the best team's running backs, but that might work in my favor. Benson is still here if I need a running back. I've never really looked at Coleman too much. I'll go with Coleman. Why not? Hmm. I'll go with the Bengals defense. My defense is just so bad. I need another one. No, it'll be alright. I could go for a backup though. Got 6 receivers. Could go for a backup tight end is what I meant. And I got Cole Kmet too. Cool. Somebody stole Jake Booty. I'm pissed. Looks like a nice squad to me. Ended up with 3 Bears players. Oh man. I don't know if I can do another one. Yeah, I can't do another one. Can end it on this. Yep. Peace out, guys. Appreciate the support. Appreciate the love. We are out of here.